Evening all. I trust we are all well. Wow, that's horrendously bright. Can you hear me? Am I coming through? I actually remembered to put the microphone in the right place today, so that helps. And the Earl Grey cup is back. So we'll just give it a minute, and then we shall get on with our competition. Good, good, good. Rumor would have it, yes. Okay, we've got 20 odd people. That'll do, I reckon. So let's go to mini-me. So as you can see, we had 208 people enter the competition this time round. So if Claire is ready, we shall go ahead and draw some numbers. Oh, that really sucks, Celtic. Sending happy thoughts your way. Right then, let's do this. So, as previously, huge thanks to Firsters for sponsoring 3 captain keys, and we'll do those ones first. So as always, random number between 1 and 10,000. Claire is ready. I think chat is ready, so let's go ahead and draw the first number. 6532. Bigfoot MSR, congratulations. Just waiting for Claire to confirm, and I shall go ahead and do the next one. Okay, our next number is 7406. And oh, we've got 2 winners this time round. So Spider's Vise and Evil Trooper Bros. Congratulations to you both. You are both now captains. We're doing the competition draw, Chris. So the first stream of every month, we draw some numbers between 1 and 10,000. People who have picked numbers on Discord win keys or captain ranks. If you're just joining, then I'm afraid you've missed the boat this month. But next month, just remember at the beginning of the month, we will open a channel on Discord and you can pick your numbers. 474 is our next number. And that would be Slickum. Congratulations, you have a captain rank. Okay, so the next 3 numbers will of course just be keys. first key goes to 3343. And that is the prophecy. Congratulations, you have a key. Sounds good, Paul. I do like me some pool. Thanks, Chris. Glad you're enjoying it. Our next number is 72. And that would be Snake Eyes. Well done. You now have a key. Hey Tim, good to see you. Yeah, I agree, Eclipse. This is the perfect way of engaging with the community. We started doing these streams just sort of on a whim to see how well it would go, and the interest has been huge, and we really enjoy doing it. So yeah, there will be many more streams to come for sure. Okay, our final key goes to... Oh wow, obscure reference, who nailed it practically. Okay, so there we go. That is all the keys and the captain tiers drawn. As I say, we do this every month, so remember, the first of the month, get onto our Discord, look for the competition channel, and then pick your number. And then on the first stream of the month, we will be drawing more keys. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Claire, for sorting that out. I shall get rid of that. And well done to all of our winners. And of course, a huge thank you to Firstus for sponsoring the Captain Tiers. Always appreciated. Yeah, we have joked in the past that if everyone picks the same number, then we'll have to give everyone keys. But I think we'll have to apply the within reason rule to that. Yes, Chris. So once this demo update is live, maybe sometime this century, I will be working on the VR test build as the very next thing. In fact, we'll be doing the VR test build before we start on the next patch cycle. So it'll be following up pretty much immediately once the demo update goes live. So what have I been doing over the past 2 days? Well, pretty much it's all been wall screens. So as you can see, I've done some like 2D map overlays for D deck, and the C deck is practically the same as this one. I've just gone through and just added basic details just so we get some idea of what the deck layout looks like. I've also separated out all the things like the beds and the seats and things, because we had the beds and the seats as part of the framework meshes, so I have made them their own separate mesh. Again, it's all temporary geometry anyway, so I'm just importing this just as a separate object, just so we've got those represented on the game world. Don't need that now. So when we actually do the map itself, it looks something like this. Quite a big map, this one. So right now we don't have any controls for zooming or anything like that, or like pan. So all the labels are pretty squished up, but that's essentially the layout of D-Deck. E-Deck is mostly the same, other than the fact it's got some additional crew quarters here, and the internal security offices are all there. I think with this section, I might make this entire area dedicated to internal security. So we'll have all the internal security offices and equipment rooms and things upstairs on D-Deck, with the brigs and such downstairs on E-Deck, where they currently are, funnily enough. But we'll change it so that the crew access to the brig, to the offices, is upstairs. We'll see, because we kind of want to separate out where the brig is from like the offices and the weapon stores and that sort of thing. And we'll mess with that and refine the layout once we actually get to working on it. This area here, still not quite sure what's going there. I'm saving the space because we need things like uniform cleaning services. We need all the 3D printers just for general day-to-day stuff. Maybe some crew admin offices, like crew liaison, that sort of thing. So the two spanning the two decks is probably going to be mostly utilities and office space there. And then of course you've just got the main kind of town centre area at the front. But I don't see this changing a great deal now. We're probably going to swap the cinema and the gym around so that the cinema's not right next to the medical facility. But other than that, I think this is pretty final in terms of the layout. Yeah, so I've been going around setting all the wall screens up, and on the likes of C-Deck, which is not loaded right now, but just going through and making sure that all the power connections are got the right cables connected to them and that sort of thing. So tonight, with that all done, I'm going to move down to engineering and just finish and polish off all the different things around engineering which need to be done for the demo update. So if we get rid of that, and we hop down here to F-Deck. So we want the F-Deck walls and the F-Deck interior. And we'll turn on our super light. Turn that down a bit because it gets quite bright. Yeah, something I noticed with this actually, I was using a cube map, just like an HDRI for the reflections, and I have replaced that now just with a grayscale one, just to basically make flat lighting from every direction, and it has changed the map render. So where's Photoshop gone? There it is. So this one, if you look at like the stairwell and everything, no, don't do a blob, then it's come out quite green, whereas with the other maps they've come out quite blue, and I think all this blue tint came from the HDRI that I had applied to the skylights. So in actual fact they should be grey like this, because this is the colour of the carpets by default. So I'll probably redo these two just so they got the proper coloration to them, and then it's easier to apply additional colour overlays if we're starting with the grayscale one as a base layer. So that's just something I just need to fix. Not yet, Kaji. So the initial VR test build is just going to be literally like a VR headset for a head and just hand controllers for interacting with the world. So it's going to be fairly simplistic to begin with, but we just wanted to really do it as a proof of concept, just to demonstrate that VR is possible and that it will be room scale, and properly represented in the world. When does the next demo go live? Yeah, that's been like the $1 million question lately. It's going live as soon as humanly possible. There's a few bits and pieces, like the things I'm working on tonight, which just need doing. Like we're missing a wall panel strip there. Like this panel needs redoing. This panel needs doing. It's just little things like that are just tweaks. So we need a panel for there. We need a new panel to go there. We need a door frame to go there. So it's just little bits and pieces, and most of it can be copy pasted all over the place anyway. So there's only about 4 or 5 meshes that we need to make in terms of floors and walls. Yeah, I need to make a floor piece to go in there. Some of this needs a little bit of work as well, so we need to put the handrail back in here. Again, this should be quite simple now because we're going with a segmented design. Yeah, I've got a few bits here that just need tweaking. Essentially, you make one segment and then it's just copy pasted all the way around. So it should be fairly quick to flesh all that out. I shan't bother with any of this side of things. So this is where FDEC meets with the FTL ring, and there will be stairs going up on each side to get to all the RCS hardware, and especially during the aft section there will be a route through to get to the engines and such. I'll leave all of that for now because it's kind of out of scope for the demo, so we'll be focusing on just making all of this clean and bug free. There's a few sections, don't think nothing hugely bad around FDEC apart from here. So there's a bit of weird geometry going on here, and I think there's like an invisible plane that's stopping the player from getting through. So we'll clean this up, get all that done, put a proper floor in there, remove these bits of geometry that are sticking out, and just making sure that all of this works and flows in the tutorial. So I'll get all that cleaned up. So hopefully we can get most of that done tonight. Once that's done, really there's only 2 things left, which is the stairs here. So this stairwell, as you can see, is offset from the floor level. So I've got to basically raise that up. I'm hoping I can just stretch the geometry a bit, but it will mean rerunning the handrail slightly. But the handrail's built on a spline, so that's fairly easy to edit. So there's that staircase that just needs stretching, and there's one underneath as well. So where would that be? So here. So there's a staircase that goes here, and that also needs doing. And I think once those things are done, the only thing left to do then is the scanning and nav tutorial, and then a week of bug fixing, and then we should be able to go live. So we are on the cusp. Okay, so we may as well do this one first, as I'm doing wall screens at the moment anyway. And then we need to make a decision on what we're doing here, because we have this problem where these wall panels are way too big, like they're like impractically large. But I think for the demo I'll leave it as is, and we'll just have unrealistically big panels for now, just for the demo updates. And then when we come down and actually address some of these rooms properly and build out the interiors, then we'll sort out what's happening with the panels. Right, So that sounds like a plan. So let's go ahead and start with this one. And we should already be lined up with the floor paneling. Let's get... Where's the snap guy? There it is. So that should be snappity snapped already. Yep. Again, I've made all these screens generic actors now. So all of the screens have the same distance from the origin point, which means we're fitting the panel to the screen location as opposed to the other way around, which means we can just copy paste the same screen actor without having to make a separate actor for each and every screen. So we're just achieving some internal consistency there, and eventually we'll have them like properly mounted at the back, but for now, for the demo, they can just hover. Yeah, definitely, Kaji. So you're right. Because of obviously differences in curvature, because of obviously concentric circles, every ring has differently shaped panels, have differently shaped corner pieces. So efficiency wise, we're having to remake panels for the same relative location. Like that wall panel is going to be different from this one. So these two panels are completely different, even though they're the same, because they're a different size, they're a different curvature. So things like that, we can definitely improve on in the future with maybe the slightly more generic layout to the ship interior. I think we're reasonably efficient now in terms of paneling with this new segmented design. Like these corridor pieces are either going to have 5 or 6 segments, which means we only need to make 2 versions of each panel. So whether or not we use 5 or 6 on a per deck basis, that same panel will work on any deck accordingly. So that's a pretty decent efficiency gain there. Right, onwards. Oh yeah, this is my mess of templates, so we can get rid of these for a minute. Get rid of that. I'll just hide those ones for a minute. Get rid of that for a minute. I need to come through here, to be honest, and clean it. Like, I've got lots of little bits hanging about which don't really need to be here. Like, I obviously put that there for some reason, but we'll leave it for now. Right then, so F deck frame walls, so we know what our wall alignment looks like, and then our floor templates, and then we're making that panel there, which means we need one of the templates I made over here for this one. Did I use the template rather than copying it? Maybe. Oh no, there's one. So I have this terrible habit of making a template, and then rather than copying it to do all my cutting and chopping, I move it and then basically delete the template, and then I have to go and make another one. So pop that down there, because that's where that level. Yep. Yeah. I was measuring how, like, what a human reach would be like, so I kind of butchered this component, but it works. It's another thing with human scale. Like, I've spoken about this a couple of times about trying to achieve human scale with things on the ship, and it's simple things like, you know, when you're doing a wall screen, it looks really tiny in the viewport, but if you actually try and like use it at human scale, it's actually quite big. And like, you know, this is a 6-foot guy, and you know, he would have to go on tippy toes to reach the top of the screen. So it's just little things like that we just have to pay attention to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when it comes to printing out new wall panels, the idea is that it's going to be a generic thing. So you will print out a wall panel, and then you'll have just a box that will say wall panel on it. And then when you use that box on the gap where the wall panel goes, you'll get like a ghost outline of whatever panel fits in that space, and then that box will magically become that panel. So it's like just a generic, I've printed out a wall panel, I can put that anywhere sort of thing. So we're not going to force players to have to print out this specific shape panel to go in this specific location, because there are just way too many unique panels for that. It would become quite laborious. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, if we're expecting players to have to go and work out what panel size they have to print out when there's literally hundreds of them, I think it would just become a bit of a nightmare. I'm going to move that forward by 0.5 because it's actually a little bit of a pain lining that up. And the same with this one as well. Anything to make my life easier. Which means I can now just line it up to the edge there. Like so, which means that should be in a line along there. Oops. And that should be flush against there, which it is. Doesn't look like I've done my 6 centimeter thing at this end, so let's just do that real quick. Again, for the benefit that anyone who's not been watching every stream, I do a perpendicular edge where all the panels join, because when you run an extrude along a path, the the end piece of the mesh would be perpendicular to this line here, which means you'd have a gap because it'd be like a V shape there. So by just making that edge perpendicular like so, means that when we draw our path, these two panels will butt up against one another with a perfect 90-degree angle. It just makes life easier all round. And the reason I leave a 6 centimeter straight edge is because, again, the edge of the panel has various layers which all go in various different indentations. The biggest of which is the inner rail for the handrail, which needs to go 5.5, and it's much easier to move something along a straight line than it is to move it along a non-perpendicular edge. Again, it's all little things to make my life easier. Right, so I'll pop that up there, move it from that layer, and start making wall panels. Am I sick of making wall panels? Yes, yes I am. Thankfully, these engineering ones are actually simpler. They don't have quite as much going on as the other ones. So again, eventually these handrails, although they are all the same geometry, you'll be able to change the material, so they'll be able to be wood or resin, or any other material we think of. Plus you can make them any colour, and eventually that'll be on a per deck basis. So the eventual goal there is you can have, say, wooden handrails up on B deck. You could have blue plastic handrails on C deck, and then red handrails on E deck, and just, customize the ship accordingly, just to help give a bit of visual separation between decks. But that'll be coming in a future iteration of the customization tool. Oh, apparently I'm an idiot. Do I lazy my way out of this? No, I'll do it properly. Sigh. Alright, so I completely forgot that this has two edges. So we want that side, and we want that side. Checking that's perpendicular. Yeah. Never happened. Hey, RX. You totally didn't miss me messing this panel up and having to do it again. There we go, as if it never happened. So on most of these ones, I'm splitting this width into a 250 centimeter panel, which is the standard size, plus some trim pieces either side because it's so wide. I'm not bothering with this one. I am making it just bigger than the rest because the trim piece would literally be like 20-30 centimeters. It would look stupid, so just making this an ultra wide panel. Make sure we're all working with the same direction there. That's exactly the plan. I can do CSI, yes. But you have to join them together into flush geometry afterwards because it will mess with the normals otherwise. You end up with like a visible crease down the center because having two separate meshes joined, even though the join might be flush, the normals don't behave like they're flush, which is frustrating. Right, so this one's actually different to the rest, isn't it? Because obviously it's it doesn't have the wooden bit in it, and then we've got, what are you? You are 4 centimeters. So we need to make sure we leave at least enough room for that. So if we get rid of that one. Then we need 4 centimeters for that one. No, it'd be from there, wouldn't it? Because we've got the rubber trim, then we've got our 4 centimeter panel there. We don't have any of that stuff there. But we do need a little rubber bit on the outside to cover the back of the panel. So that should do us, I reckon. Make sure this isn't a component, because that would be messing up the other one. No, it's not. That's good. Right, so I will make a copy of that just so I don't lose it. Okay, so first things first, we need that one. That one and that one. Okay. Separating out the layers there so we don't get lost. I think that's the trim piece. If memory serves, I think we had a 5 centimeter bevel on that, which seems excessive. Do we have an old one hanging about? Don't think we do. Oh, unless I put it on G deck, maybe. No, not to worry. So, how big is the gap on this one? You know what? I think it was 5. That's quite a huge bevel on the edge of that. Now we're going to get a bit of weirdness because there's a bend that just inconveniently happens to coincide with the curve, so I might have to clean some of that up. I will definitely have to clean some of that up. To be honest, if we take that, pop it on it was. Okay, which bit is it not happy with? Oh, I see. Up top there. Looks like we've got some either duplicate or overlapping vertices, but easily fixed. Okay, that'll do. So what we're looking for with the engineering ones, obviously, is a much sort of harsher, bolder design compared to the kind of the nice wooden trims around the rest of the ship. Yeah, the game is running 5.5 and the base modelling work is done in SketchUp. At least for the world geometry. It's all ArchViz stuff, so it's kind of SketchUp's bread and butter, really. Right, so we want to take that face there, pop it on there. Chop that off. Hey, Devin. Okay, so I actually need to know how far back that panel's going, so we need a copy of that at its world origin, so that we can pop that on there and then get an idea for just how far back that panel needs to go. So that's the screen there. Yeah, then we need to basically, so it's the best way of doing this is to grab that face. One copy of it there. Stick another copy of it there. Do that. Which means you don't need that. We don't need that. trying to get my head around the layers a sec. Just don't need that template anymore. So if we pop them on there. Yeah, because that's the outside wooden, outside rubber trim on that side. So definitely don't need this bit. Don't need that bit, which means we don't need that bit. Why didn't that chop through? Gotta. Cutting it very close at the edges here, but I think we'll get away with it. Auto save. Just make sure we're using the right axes on this level a sec, on this layer rather. The reason they're different is because when this group was originally made, it was made using axes that were facing a different direction. Right, so we should be able to move that in the red direction to the edge of where the screen would be. Yeah, really they should be there, but we've got the edge of that in the way, so if I just, yeah, I'll just leave them up against that. That's fine for now. You're not going to see it from outside of the mesh, so it won't be protruding or anything. Okay, so we can move that out of the way a minute. So subsequent versions of this should be quicker. Oh, well, this one really does have messed up axes. So that edge and that edge need to come across to that edge. I guess more specifically that edge. that one and that one, and then that one. And the same on this side. That one, that one, that one. Great, there we go. So the wooden trim, sorry, the rubber trim goes around, got the white plastic bit out the front, and then the screen just butts onto that. Why are you there? And then finally, we just round this off a little bit just to make it look nice. So 0.25, just round it off. Rebuild that face because for some reason I didn't want to. Oh, SketchUp, what have you done? Oh, I see. You know you're dealing with tiny tolerances when literally 0.5 millimeter makes a difference. And it still messes up. That's weird. that later. It's done enough for now. Right, let's get these bolts on. Okay, so interestingly, these ones need slightly adjusting because a different type of panel has a different width compared to the CDEC ones. Are these objects? No, they're not components, so we can just go ahead and move that back. Try to position these so that the head is kind of flush with the panel. And then the cutty hole is just a little bit further back than that, just to make sure we've got make us have enough room to do the chamfer around the edge. Let's remember to copy this onto the template so that I don't have to do this every single time. That's you and you. Let's copy you over to here. Let's make it this one because it's in the wrong place. Just so I don't have to do that again next time I use the template. Hey BC5, good to see you. Workshop support is something that we'll look into for probably custom systems, in terms of custom star systems that people can download. And eventually, like the ultimate goal is I'd love to be able to do some kind of like custom mission tool so that you can do custom scenarios and, you know, open that up to players. But obviously we would need to build an actual proper tool, like a mission creation tool, which is no small feat. So that's very much a far distant future plan. We're also looking at doing chassis-based kit bash starships at some point. That will probably be an expansion in its own right, but with that it will be good again to be able to do some kind of flat file based data store that we can put on the workshop for custom ship designs. Again, something very far off in the future, because there's a lot of other stuff that needs doing first. Should have rounded off those edges before I did this. Hey Naju, how you doing? Okay, well, I shouldn't be trying to create any curvature there. So I'm trying to do it here, maybe. Basically hurricane, yeah. Although depending on how much we get done, also stairs. Doing a quick fit check on the screen. Yeah, it's lined up to perfection. I reckon we're done with this one. So it can go out. Right, so this would be ring 1, all panels, ring deck, ring 1, F deck, all panel. Wall screen, yeah, that'll do. That's interesting, there shouldn't be any black on there. Ooh, that's not looking healthy. Oh, I know, it's the handrail, isn't it? So the beauty of separating out the screen from the panel is that the panel is literally just a panel now. There's nothing special about it. So it can just be the same as all the other panels. Which when it comes to applying damage and that sort of thing, it means the panel can be damaged separately from the screen. Which would be good. So just making sure that the screen is flush with the rubber bit, which it is. Huzzah! Make sure that's equally spaced, which it is. Huzzah! Okay, let's just sort the label out a minute. There we go, that's all those ones done. Given that we're going to stick with 5 panels, or rather 5 segments around that particular curve, it means we'll need to do the window frames for there, which is basically that, the same. And we'll do, I think that one's the wrong panel. Yeah. Wrong height and wrong handrail, so that's the old one, so that needs replacing. We should have the socket there already, which we do. Yeah, so that can just get itself deleted. Don't need those ones. Do need though is we need the screens, so you can get copied over here. Obviously we'll have a hole cut in that. I need them there as well, so the old type. Yeah, so that's not needed. Either is that one, or that one, or that one. And then we'll take our wall screens and pop them around. So again, this is the beauty of having a homogeneous actor that we can use on all of them. It makes just setting up new screens much quicker and easier, because we're not having to make a custom one every single time. Just plonk the screen in, stick a panel around it, and jobs are good. So one there, one there. Right, so we need to make some honking great big panels for that one, plus windows, I suppose. Same there, same there. So yeah, so basically all of those ones are going to be a copy paste job, which makes life easier. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yes, 10 panels. Now that's a good question, Anasi. Yes, I was going to put door panels in them. If we do that, it would make sense to then lock the door, because obviously they are a plummet hazard, because you just fall through to the floor below. We could, for now, just put a window there instead of a door. Yeah, I'll have a look. I'll make the door panel anyway, because it does need making. And yeah, so either we'll put a window there or we'll just put a locked door. Not automatically, the 3 amigos. So what I've got, this used to be an integer, but now basically you just pick which location the screen is at, and it will automatically adjust the "you are here" position accordingly, depending on where you put it. So this one, for example, where are we? So this is the forward section, so that one would be ring to forward, and then this one would be ring to forward midpoint, because we're in the middle of ring to forward section, forward quadrant rather. And they're all set up like that, so that defines the "you are here" position. But you do need to specify beforehand where those positions are. So if we look on here, you can see that this is where we break out that selection, but we have to obviously tell it beforehand, you know, where those particular labels go, and they need to be different per screen, because obviously this screen has a much smaller or a much closer view than, say, this screen, which is a bit more zoomed out. So the "you are here" locations, pixel wise, are different on those screens, and this one as well, which means all the screens themselves need to be updated to support those specific locations, and they're different on every single one, which means it's another manual job that needs doing. But once it's done, it's done. Right, so let's sort this framework out. So we've got the actual hole and the measurement done for the side panels, and we can get those done, and these ones as well, because that should be fairly quick and easy to do. Get a couple of quick wins done. So the best way to do this is probably if we measure our 250 on here. So that would be 125 there, and 250. So we make our standard panel 250 wide, which goes to there. Grab a copy of that. Get rid of these templates, don't need them. Right, then we need to move that brace to that location there. Copy it rather than move it. So move that to there, and we'll try and nail that as much as we can. Okay, so that gives us our edge panels to go in there, and then the main panel to go in there. Kind of unhelpful that these are where two panels join, so we're going to have to also do a line down the middle. Okay, and then we can bring that in by 30. Again, because it's on an edge, just Need to go all the way to the edge. Just grab that from inside of the inconveniently placed weld line. Right, then we can get rid of that. Copy that one. Put it there. Cut that one. Put it there. Join that together into a group. Okay. And now we make it into a flat face. Like so. Take a copy of that face. Replace that with that face. Extrude that. To be honest, we only need this side, and then do 30, and I think I did 10. Looks about right. Pop that in there. Explode that. Intersect the faces. Get rid of them. Oh, no. Force the stuff on the other side. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right, there we go. That should be our hole. And then we shall just, oops, come on, come on. Give it a 0.4 little chamfer on the edge just to make it all nice and shiny like. There we go. It's also done it on that side as well, so right, let's get these exported. So which one are you? Okay, I won't export that yet because it's all exploded. So is that one. All right, let's sort this out a minute then. So that's component 440. Is that the same as that one? Okay, yes it is. So again, so with efficiency in mind, I want to have as many components in use as possible so that we have consistency of geometry and ease of deployment. So like on this side, these ones are not part of this group. Can be at this end. So we got one of them there. It's interesting. Why are they not lined up properly? Let's use the template on the floor instead because it's likely to be more accurate. So we put these ones in the component, like so. They'll also be on this one. What we don't want in the component is these floor pieces here, because they are basically where the stairwell comes up from that side. So on this one then, if we yoink those out of there, just add it to those ones. That means the component is consistent with its walls and beams on this side, but it has unique end on both of these sides. Yeah, that works. Again, just keeping all of this consistent makes the whole thing easier on the long run. Probably done a similar thing over here, yeah. Yeah, so I've missed out that last one specifically because of the corridor on this side. So what I'll do is I will copy that, paste it where it is, and then we can move that into position from there to there. Lines up with that one. Need to work out what's going on with that. That's weird. These ones are all fine. Must be the end piece. Okay, that just completes that edge, and I probably have to do the same over here. Has it done it for me? Yeah, great. Yeah, so the more we can use components, the better, because it means you don't have to keep repeating the same action over and over. Okay, I think that's sorted them out. Oh, thank you, whoever bought from the Ko-fi shop. Cohen van Hasselt, thank you very much. Oh, Hurricane, thank you. Yeah, so we've brought this up a few times because people do want to upgrade tiers over time. So if you've backed in the past, then we will take that into account. Claire does keep track of these things. We can't like automatically check every time because obviously people back on Patreon, Ko-fi, PayPal, Kickstarter, and it's impossible to automatically check all the different platforms for the same person, especially when most people use a different email address and a different name on each platform. But if you have backed in multiple places, then let us know, and then we'll combine those amounts together, and if those amounts combined breach a threshold for the next tier, then we'll give you the next tier, just to keep it fair. So this must be FDAC ring 2 forward then. So FDAC framework. I guess that one. We'll double check to make sure in a moment, and then that one specifically, the aft walls. So is that a copy of the other one then? So that's framework walls. Yeah, so those two are an identical mesh. Just need to check which one's like the master one, because obviously when you export it, it's in a specific position, so we need to know which one's the 0 location. I think it is that one. So that one, that's the aft one. That one's the inverse of it, which means the one I'm exporting is that one. It's zeros across the board, no scale adjustments. So that's that one. And then that's the aft one. Yep. And then that one's the copy. Everything stayed where it should. And then that one. So this is the side with the corridor. sure that this is still consistent. Right, so this is the bit that's messed up. So which bit are you? May as well fix this while we're here. So this one is 3. So that'll be that one. Oh, I see. I exported the whole template by mistake. So if we take that and that, delete all of that, pop that back in there, make that the height of the ceiling, which is 260. Ring 3 framework, so ring 3 after walls. Right, that should remove any awkward trip hazards there. We still actually have collisions on this. Yeah. Oh, okay, so looks like we have a definite trip hazard there. Need to make sure that we provide a floor for this. Otherwise, people will be plummeting to their doom into what will be the cargo bay. Yeah, there's a few issues there by the looks of things. Hey, Greg. It's for Firstus, so he doesn't keep falling through the ship. He seems to find every single hole on the outer hull. Yeah, there seems to be this one section here which is going to trip you up. The rest of it should be alright, but yeah, that's a small nightmare, so I shall make sure that that is patched up for the next build. Well, hopefully we'll get a floor panel in it, and then it won't matter. Right, so that's got the hole where it needs to be now. Yeah, Yeah, it sounds like everyone's suffering with this one, so we'll definitely get this fixed. Why don't we fix it now? No time like the present, eh? Okay, so that's probably the D-deck version. So we need an F-deck version of the corridor piece. To remember how I did those now. Let's borrow this one. So in an effort to try and achieve some internal consistency, just need to make sure that obviously things like the radius of the corners and the gap between the edges are all consistent across all the panels. So we'll grab that out to begin with. Make it unique. And the first thing we need to do is just remove the outside pieces that we don't want. Don't need those bits for the floor. Okay, so there's our panel. And then we can go ahead and just start getting rid of all these bits. Oh, autosave. Hey, Firstus. Good to see you. I was just talking about you, actually, about this bit. And your penchant for falling down holes. So we're fixing it now, so that is no longer an issue. Stuck in the floor. Right, so you. Just copy them up there. Get that one. Copy it up there. Right, so it looks like we're going with a 0.5 gap around all the edges. Which means a total of 1 between them, yep. So we're just going to bring that in, the 0.5, get rid of the outside bit. 0.5 there, get rid of the outside. these bits. 7. Okay. So 7 there. 7 there. So the bottom bit's the same as the other ones. So the grand plan with this, in the long run, by the way, is we will have like these edge trim pieces be interchangeable. So the fact that they are going to be the same size, whether it's carpet, wood, or whatever else, even though they're physically a different mesh, means we can have like a carpeted piece in the middle with wooden or rubber trim around the outside, or vice versa. It just opens up more customization options, but it also means that if we're using a consistent base and then bringing in these bits as separate meshes, we can have completely like different meshes within there rather than just swapping out the texture, which means like the wooden edging will look different to carpet physically as well as, you know, color wise, which would be nice. I suppose it would make more sense to use the actual colors, wouldn't it, really? Did I not grab that properly? Looks the same to me. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, funnily enough, Firstus, I was talking about that with Claire today because I was fixing a boiler and it had an airlock in the pump. And there are various different places on the boiler where you can bleed out air or refill it with water, and you know there are purge cycles you can run, and obviously then the boiler needs to have a certain amount of pressure, and then you have to kind of, you know, fill it up with water to make sure that, you know, it's got about 1 bar of pressure. So there are all these different bits and pieces within the boiler to make sure that it, you know, it operates properly. And I was thinking, we need that level of granularity with the cold and dark startup and just running the reactor generally. So not just having fluid present for the fuel and the coolant, but also having the right amount of like back pressure on there as well. So, you know, a low pressure situation would affect the reactor's operation as much as like no fluid at all would. So we definitely need that extra level of granularity on there. Again, just checking internal consistency with the pieces, which means that one should just be, actually no, it needs to be curved edges, doesn't it? Just to be awkward. Right, I remember how I did it now. Yeah, so we start off without a middle bit, then we do like internal corners first. Because we want the middle bit obviously to have the same curvature as the outer bit so that they fit snugly together. So we give them a 1 centimeter curve, like so. And then how much did I do for the outside? 5. Yeah, once I've kind of reminded myself how I do these, I'll be back into the swing of it again and knocking them out in no time. Yeah, so we do the outside bit first. Then we give it a 1 centimeter bevel all the way around, like that. And then finally, we take a copy of our inside edge. And we can create a face ourselves because it won't do it automatically. There we go. Right, let me make that group. Extrude that up. That gives us our flush edge. Round that off. It's not happy with that 1 centimeter edge there. Perhaps I went bigger than that on here. Now the culling distance on the camera that you're seeing here is due to the size of the model. Basically, the further away the furthest thing is from the world origin, the greater it imposes this view distance. Oh, I used 1.5, not 1 on the corners. Like if I open a different model that only has stuff at the world origin, which is here, then you'll find you can zoom right close into it. You can't with this one, but you can go to literally like millimeter levels. Let's see if it's per group. No. But yeah, it's because of the size of the overall model. It's because there's like stuff all over the place. Like, yeah, if I can maybe remove some of these bits. rid of some of these templates. I don't have my rulers level on. Don't want to lose them. Yeah, that's fine. So they can go. Right, that dude can go. And the steps can go. Not sure whether that's any better or not, but yeah, that's basically what's causing it. That's where I was now. Yeah, Eric, that is something that I want to achieve at some point. So we've discussed AI integration a few times, and basically the line in the sand for that is to have a local model trained on our own data that runs locally within the client, because we don't want to have to rely on a third-party resource or a third-party service which could disappear and ruin part of the game because it's suddenly not available. So having a remote service also means the game needs to be online at all times to play, which again is something else you want to avoid. So having something running locally in the client, like Llama or something like a lightweight model like that, is definitely how we want to do it. Making sure I caught all those edges. Yep. Cooling fins, do you mean around the edge of the ship or just generally? The whole inside of the FTL ring is cooling fins. Yeah, dedicated servers are actually fairly straightforward as far as I've seen. I just need to get on and make them. So we need a dedicated headless client, which of course we will then just put on Steam as such. But the solution we're using for multiplayer already supports dedicated servers, so it is something at some point we can just turn on. Obviously we want to make sure it works first. Oh, I see what you mean. No, that's basically protruding framework. So all these bits around here will eventually be cut, like this one, so it fits the contours of the hull. These ones haven't been cut yet, so they stick out through the bottom. So they're not actually cooling fins. Although, given that the battery rooms do have, I don't think there's much below them. If there isn't, then yes, they can have cooling fins underneath. Could be quite cool. So now that I know all the angles and everything, this gets progressively quicker. I find that with most of the stuff. The initial working out is what takes all the time, and then once you've got all your consistencies worked out, then it's fairly trivial just to roll that out where it's needed. That's weird. There seems to be no rhyme or reason for that camera clip, because I can get closer to this one than I can on this side. Very odd. I've run out of tea, so onto the Fanta. Actually, no, I haven't run out of tea. That's weird. I thought I'd run out of tea. Okay, Fanta's on hold. Well, the HVAC system is going to deal with at least air temperature aboard the ship. There will be heat exchangers down in the HVAC room that deal with that. I know in historically with spaceflight, it's getting rid of heat that's the problem, not so much generating it. I think on the ISS they had that problem. And there was something about Apollo 13 as well. So you've got that scene in the movie where they're absolutely freezing aboard the ship because the heaters are turned off. But I think there was another reason why it got so cold. Because normally you wouldn't freeze on a spaceship because a vacuum is like the perfect insulator. So all that heat that's being generated aboard stays aboard. You can't get rid of it. Radiating it into space is the only way of getting rid of it. But we have, I guess, quantum ways of dealing with that, because we've got things like magnetic refrigeration. So like a Stirling refrigeration unit, where it's passing like a magnet in and out of a conductor, I think it is. I can't remember now. It's been a while since I looked at it, but basically, you can generate cryogenic temperatures really quite easily using things like a Stirling motor. So passing the air through things like that immediately cools it down. Whether they themselves then need to dump that heat somewhere, I don't know. I think it's more the case that in order for something to lose heat, that heat has to be transferred to something. So if something is hot and there's nothing to take that heat away, then it just stays hot. I can't remember the exact science on it, but I know that the problem they have in space is losing heat, not making heat. Equipment aboard the ISS, etc., just continually warms the place up. So they have to have these big heat sinks to get rid of that heat off of the ISS. Hang on. How does the ISS stay cool? So the ISS uses a combination of radiators, reflective paneling, and air conditioning to maintain a comfortable temperature for astronauts and experiments, with radiators being the primary method of dissipating heat in the vacuum of space. But yeah, my understanding of it is that it's harder to keep things cool than it is to keep them hot. Mismeasured that somewhere. I seem to remember having this problem last time, actually. So from there to there is 7. Okay. So I think that tells us it definitely needed to be 4 centimeters and not 3, which is what I was doing. I think when I originally measured it, I must have been measuring it from the outside of this rather than the middle, hence the really skinny edges. Hey Scene, and today we are working on basically all the bits around engineering that need doing. So if it's in engineering and it's not ready for the demo, then that's what we're fixing so that it is ready for the demo. And right now we are fixing a floor panel, or rather the lack of a floor panel, which is causing a bit of a trip hazard and a hole that people keep falling through. It's looking more consistent with this one now. Yeah, so basically that needed to be 7 that way. And then 4 that way. And then we'll stick with the same 65 degrees on that. Is that basically one around there? Because I can probably... not quite. Be having none of that, thank you very much. Seven, 4, 8, 65, 65. Definitely can, but it's about lining it up. Let's give it a whirl. If we line it up to there. Yep, spot on. I have got the bolts. Do them in a sec. We got no anchor on the thingy. Where are we? Easily fixed. Okay, so we are 4,000. Let's say 4,500 because it's like 0.005 off. It's like 1,000th of a centimeter. So 4,500 and minus 1,700. Weird. Why is it all the way over there? Is it because it's rotated? Where is the non-rotated version? Right, so you're rotated 45 degrees. Right, so you're not. It's definitely that mesh. 3181981. That's the problem. Weird. Apparently I didn't set this up at all. Right, so you're definitely anchored. You definitely have the right prefix. Definitely have that facing the right way. Yep, definitely on block all. Oh, I see. That one's set to anchor that way. Right. Bad choice of mesh, basically. Right, they look consistent. Okay, so we need to do one there. It's basically the same again. Then we'll stick like a little half panel in there just to manage that. Yes, we need like a little door framey thing in there anyway. To be honest, this one's the same as a bulkhead, so in fact it's exactly the same as a bulkhead. Yeah, so we'll just do one of these ones to fit there. And then that will solve the hole. Right, let's just grab a couple of bolts a minute. Try moving this over here a minute. See whether or not that helps with the old zooming in problem. So I'm just checking the like the near clip distance on different meshes. Yeah, there's quite a few holes and things in engineering right now. Right, I'm just going to restart SketchUp a minute because that near clip issue is kind of preventing me from actually doing the geometry I need to do. Apologies for blinding everybody. That's another way I can do this. Mega panel, right. So SketchUp have actually released SketchUp 2025 now, and I'm still on 24. And I would actually upgrade, except last time I tried installing it, it said your license is already being used. So I need to kind of unlicense 2024 in order to upgrade to 2025, which is weird, but if that's what I have to do, then that's what I have to do. Hopefully 2025 fixes some of the issues we've been having. Like not being able to grab that edge, for example. Yeah, absolutely they should. But I think it's basically confusing me trying to install 2025 as a new seat. So obviously it's only a 1-seat license, so it's like, oh, you've already used this license, you can't use it again. But they do let you remove seats, so I have to remove the seat from this one and then add it to the other one, just to be awkward. All of them actually. Right, so I'm going to delete the humongous one and then export the normal sized one. And then maybe give it a material. Hurrah. Can't believe how long it took to make that panel. That was crazy. Right, so do we have a template already on CDEC for ring 3? One of them's no, not facing the right way. We don't. What about DDEC? No. I'm assuming FDEC is using the same template there, so yeah, it is. Well done, FDEC, that makes my life easier. Where's the F section there? So one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that's annoyingly even, which means we don't have a central central segment for placing bulkhead, like exactly halfway. Hang on, how many crew quarters are there? So if we were going to have a bulkhead, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that would be bulkhead. Guess it would be there. Which means that would be pushed that way a little bit, which isn't the end of the world. That would be pushed that way a little bit, which again isn't the end of the world. How wide are these? Okay, they're exactly 250, so that would make these ones 267. Yes, BC5 is because SketchUp is struggling with a near clip. So, like when you start to zoom into stuff, things are disappearing. It's struggling with the size of the model, basically. Which it wasn't yesterday, so I don't know why today all of a sudden it's not liking it, but don't know. I shall investigate off stream and figure out what's going on with it. So I'm just currently asking myself whether or not we need an additional corridor segment along this run in order to be able to do an equally spaced bulkhead. But I don't think it's going to make any difference, because if we put one there, that's already practically in the middle of this one anyway. Which means it would be there on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bulkhead would be there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it would kind of be squeezed in there. So really, having one slightly off center, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to there. That puts our bulkhead out the way of the corridor, of the quarters door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it'll go there. It's going to be one there anyway. Or I just arbitrarily move them over here a bit, because they don't necessarily need to be in the middle. Yeah, it's because they weren't self-sealing. Alright, I reckon it's Fanta time. Yes, I have just poured Fanta into my teacup, but it will adds to the flavour. It's like Hammer Time, only slightly more orangey. Yeah, tea needs milk, definitely. That's my favourite bit as well, Gus. Yeah, you struggle with something and then it messes up, and then you struggle with it some more, and you keep going, and at the end of the day you end up with hopefully something pretty. Although I think I'm going to struggle with this a little bit because I'm like on the old other version of the bulkhead floor termination point, I suppose you'd call it. I've made this bit narrower than the edge, which looks a bit weird. But on this one, on the straight one, I've made it the same size. So I kind of want it to be the same size ideally, which is what it is here. But because these are relatively narrow segments, it doesn't give you a lot of room to play with on this side. So it might end up looking a little bit weird, but we'll see. What else do we need? Bolt holes. That's what we need. Everyone loves bolt holes. Where is my template? There's a couple. May as well do this one while I'm at it. I think I'm also going to move this particular bolt hole over here more, or at least that way more, because on F-Deck in particular, the bottom foot of the panel kind of overlays the bolt hole, which is no good. Covers it up completely. Okay, so now that we have this, let us move a copy of it down to there. And if we turn on our FDeck framework, where is it? FDeck frame walls, that one. Right, then we need to move that round to there. Move it around to this segment here. And that should line up approximately with that. Suppose I could make that just a bulkhead's width rather than the full support wall's width. I mean, over here it has to be because it's part of the wall, but over here it can just be a bulkhead. So I might just skinny that one up a little bit. Okay, so make sure that they're not on C deck. No, good. Yeah, I rarely drink myself, to be perfectly honest with you. You wouldn't think it looking at my shelf, but I don't actually drink that often. Apart from this. I bought this when we were at a convention. Elderflower mead, very, very nice. And I drank it because it tastes so nice. like as a soft drink practically. Yep, I'm definitely a fan of mead. Was that 7 across there? Yeah, it was. Yeah, we shouldn't be too bad here actually. Right, should remember the numbers this time. So it was 7 that way. Then it was 4 that way. 8 that way. 65 there. Oops. 65 there. And that one should be the same. Do I add one here? Suppose I should really. do, I reckon. Hey Don, good to see you. And yeah, that is a shame. Although on this particular stream, we've largely just been doing this, so you haven't missed a great deal. Actually thinking I've countersunk those bolts too far. So all these ones are 1 centimetre too deep, which fortunately is easily fixed. So we can just go pop. Yeah, they should be like that. So they're countersunk, but still flush. Yeah, which means that in actual fact these should be like that. Better. Oh, SketchUp, why do you do that? We are indeed. With our massive panel. Right, now we can get into it. haven't done the snappity snaps on this particular outer bit. In fact, I don't think I've done any of the ring 3 ones. So let us sort that out briefly. Right, where is that one? So snap guide, snap guide, snap guides. Right. So this one here has no snaps. Yeah, it is that one we're doing, isn't it? Yeah, so basically I need to add these snapping points so that we can use it as a template. It's annoying but necessary. Ooh, SLC 90. Thank you. Is that Slick 90? Is that a reference to Cape Canaveral? Do they have a Slick 90? 223654. Ah, those are cool initials. 1401727. It was giving me the coordinates inside the group. That was no good. So it's actually 4487025. Yeah, that's more like it. By 341416. That's better. Okay, and then we need to rotate that one by a tiny amount by the looks of things, 4.351. And then the opposing version of that. Next, may as well do all of them. Four, 459,934. Completely forgotten that already. 4459934. Hey ODST, I will endeavour to be entertaining. 599126. I wouldn't hold out much hope though, because I'm just doing numbers. 7.651. So for anyone that doesn't know what I'm doing, I have built a series of what are essentially snap guides. So we have an anchor point in the middle of each one of these segments, and these segments correspond to the floor segments on the ship, which means we can simply place a socket on our wall panels, floor panels, and they all anchor to the same point directly in the middle of the segment, so that we can guarantee the exact position of every single piece of interior geometry. And then within the engine, these snap guides are in the game world like this. So you can see as I'm adding these anchors, they're appearing along here, and you can see that they are directly in the middle of each segment. So when I do these floor meshes here and the railings and anything else, they're all anchored to that central point within the segment along the corridor, which allows for rapid deployment of stuff, because it means I only need to make like one floor panel there, and I can just copy paste it all the way around, and they all just snap neatly into position. I don't need to spend hours fiddling with them to make them fit at the right angle. 4418054. Uh, 854849. An angle of 10.951. I think that's right. It didn't look right for a minute then. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass to set all this up, but it's a godsend once it's done. 4361 523. 1107737. Fourteen two five one. Wow, that sounds complicated, Mark. Four two nine zero 530. 1356952. 'Sorry, if I don't read them out loud, I'll never remember them. 17550. 4205 1601 667 20.850. Okay, halfway done. Four one zero six 146. 4106 146. 1841072. 24150. 3993 365. 2074371. 'Times like this, I wish I had a photographic memory. 27450. 'Thank you. 3867343. 2300 792. 3749. 3728497. 2519584. 34049. 3577287. 2730021. Is that 071? Oh, 021. 2 37,349. Last one. I do not want a mechanical keyboard. The quieter the better. 3414215. 2931405. 40649. Oh, done. Yeah, I whine about having to do that, but I appreciate it once it's done. It means that we can now just grab a mesh and go snappity snap, and it just snaps into place, lovely like. 3 bulkhead. Okay, there we go. So I'm happy to announce that the hole of death around the outside of F deck is no longer there. We now have a lovely floor to walk on. Hey Maury. It wasn't too bad. I think, to be honest, it could have gone better if we were put in a better position. So it was actually a sci-fi convention. So it was basically just a celebration of science fiction. But they had a big wooden structure outside of the main convention area where they had like loads of retro games and like live D&D sessions and board games and that sort of thing. So it was basically like a games room. So they put us in the games room rather than like in the convention center itself. So I think, given that there were like 5,500 people there and we only saw a couple of hundred over 2 days, I think we kind of lost out on where we were put, like in terms of footfall. But other than that, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I did live game dev all day, so I just sat there at the table just deving for the day and people just watched, which was kind of cool. Like this, but in real life. Sadly, no. Although we did have one other indie dev that turned up, and he basically just pulled out a laptop and sat next to us and worked on his game, which was weird but cool at the same time. Plus, we met some lovely people, some of which went on to join our Discord, so that was a win. Right, so I don't think I'm going to need either of those panels anywhere else, because yeah, those are all custom ones around there, that's all custom around there. Yeah, so those ones are kind of unique to the aft section, which leads back into what will be the cargo holds. Right, yeah, and then just to finish that off, I will make that more into a bulkhead so it's thinner. It's the easiest way of doing this. I suppose it's if I grab that. Extrudy poos all the way to the top. And then 2.5 there. 2.5 there. So of course that's not going to work. Why would that work? Okay, so this has to be a half panel anyway, because it's joining two together. So if we take that one to there, take that one to there as well, and we only really need that bit there. Oh, why is it on a weird angle? Oh, I see. As always, the axes are not facing the way we want them to. slightly awkward. That's actually the full width of the door in the middle there, but okay, not the end of the world. If we grab this, group that up. Let me move that back to the extent the door opens, which is what's there. Yep. We have room. Becomes our door track. Okay, so the stars modded is kind of as it sounds. Those are stars which you can just add yourself. So essentially it's very rudimentary modding support. So whatever star system you add to the stars modded database it'll become a star in the world. If you look at the format of the backers stars, basically you just need to fill it out using the same formatting, and the game should recognize those as valid stars. To be honest, I need to remember to mention that when we do our patch notes for the mega patch that we put out for the demo. I think a lot of people will be interested in the fact that we have what is technically modding support now. At least in terms of basic star systems. Tidy that up at a later date, but basically that is the door frame. I suppose I should cut that one out really, shouldn't I? Are these all components, so I'll make that one unique. Should be able to just cut out that bit. Just about. See all the way back there now, and let's do the same on this side, so make that unique, intersect it with the model and chop out. how many faces did it make? There we go. I've just had a thought. Yeah, thought that would happen. Okay, so... Right, okay. So we need to extract that from there and plonk it on there. Which means we'll be missing one at this end. So we'll borrow that one. Move it from the component and plonk it there. So basically we want as much stuff in this component as possible because, again, any changes we make here are also mirrored over here. But some pieces that are unique need to be outside of that component, otherwise they will also be mirrored, which is what we don't want. We now have our door for the maintenance tunnel, and I much prefer it being in a little alcove like this. Previously it was flush with the wall and it just didn't look too good, but now it's actually a proper little alcove. You can go in, go for the maintenance tunnel, and it's out of the way of traffic coming through from the cargo hold, which will be going through there. SketchUp's really not having a very happy camera day today. I'm guessing all these different templates and things that I've made are probably not helping because they're adding to the amount of stuff which is like out beyond the world origin. And again, the further objects are from the world origin, the worse it gets in terms of its near clip. So we want that one, we want that one, we want that one. Again, get rid of that. Get rid of them. Can't really get rid of much else because it's all in use. Let's make sure these are on the F-deck floor level. Yeah, F-deck interior floors. Oh, there's the old one. Like, that's the old floor design compared to the new one. New one's much nicer. So that can be deleted. Right, let's save that a sec. The backers one is editable locally because it is just an SQLite file. It will, however, be version controlled eventually, and it will be populated from our website. So the way it will work is the game will check the website to see whether or not there's a newer version of that data, and if there is, it'll update its data accordingly. So if anything changes, it will automatically fix itself every time it checks the website. Whereas with the modded one, that's literally just a database file sat on the hard drive, and then players can add as many star systems as they want to it. It's only temporary, really, because once we add the star system designer in game, then the modded SQL file won't be needed anymore, because it will just read from its own internal data. And that's something I think that would be good for the workshop. So we can have, like, let's say someone creates like an entire sector of space with custom star systems and everything. That can then go on the workshop, and then people can download that. How do you say Federation space without saying Federation space? Thank you, Space Dad. Very much appreciated. Conversely, I'd love to fly jets, so that works. I've spent many an hour playing flight sims like X-Plane back in the day. So yeah, I would very much love the challenge of flying a real jet. Right, so we need to export that. No, it's the wrong one, isn't it? So we want framework, aft deck, aft walls. Actually, doing cold and dark startups is one of my favourite things in flight sims, and you know, it's one of the things that inspired me to go so heavy on the cold and dark startup in this. Is because it's just something I love doing in flight sims. You know, the flying the plane around and everything is kind of secondary to the fun of, you know, getting it warmed up, getting it started up, you know, firing up the what's it at the back, which I can't remember the name of now. I'm thinking about too many things at once. Oh yeah, this one's rank 4, isn't it? No, can't be rank 4. Yeah, that one's ring 3, isn't it? So that one's ring... Yeah, that one will be ring 2. Into framework afterwards. There we go. That's better. So this has, of course, highlighted the need for a corridor panel here, and one here, and of course one across the back here. So they're going to be needed. This is where the player starts during the cold and dark tutorial, so this area kind of needs to be like polished looking. We'll just put a door here and lock it for now, I think, because there's nothing but nothing but death this way. I was debating getting rid of these labels as well, or at least replacing them with something maybe more fitting. No, actually. I mean, we do have like the wall screens and everything telling you where to go, but you know, would having labels as well add a bit of flavour? Although one thing I was going to do is take the floor labels, so I don't think it's on this deck, no, it's on G deck. So we've got labels in the maintenance tunnels that just say, you know, forward section, etc, etc, forward quadrant. It might be nice to also have those here as well, so just on the floor you know exactly where you're going, which then does make these labels a little bit redundant. Have a think on it. Yeah. For places like this where there isn't a great deal in that direction, so you've only got a couple of things, that's great. It gets complicated when you've got like a lot of stuff. Like if on C deck, for example, if we would have a label here pointing that way, then there'd be like 6 things in that direction. Although perhaps that's fine. That's not necessarily a problem. Yeah, we definitely need to add a lot more stuff to the ceilings, so that's not a terrible idea. I mean, we're going to have, well, I was going to embed lights into the floor, so we could have chasing floor lights for like alert, like abandoned ship, for example, so that the floor lights would chase towards the escape pods, or life rafts, as they will be. Yeah. Ship's on fire. Quick, jump out the airlock. That will help. See you, AJ. I'm off myself now, actually. I just noticed it's been almost 5 hours. Don't know how it's all been almost 5 hours. I don't feel like I've done much in 5 hours. I guess I got those done, but still. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, handrail lights would be good as well. So one of the things I'll be building next ship-wise, so once we've done all of the backer ships, I want to do our first DLC ship, which is going to be a ship dedicated to a small crew. So I want to build something around about 5 crew members in size, something kind of Millennium Falcon-esque, but slightly bigger. Same kind of deal in that it's going to be self-sufficient and able to do long-term space exploration. I like the idea of it being a vessel that's been commissioned by like a corporation or something. So that corporation is sending these ships out to, look for resources. So it needs to be able to, look after itself and stay in deep space a long time, looking for things for the corporation to take advantage of. So that's the next ship on my agenda once we've done the backer ships. And again, I want that focused on a really small crew. So really that's kind of like aimed at multiplayer groups. So if you've got a group of say 5 people, then that's like the perfect ship to go out on, because you're not then having to worry about the whole ship and all the massive crew and all, everything that this ship represents. It's a much more, intimate ship. Yeah, I'm not really sure how big that one is. But yeah, something not dissimilar to the Millennium Falcon, just maybe a bit bigger, because that one is quite small. Big enough to look after itself, but not so big that it needs a huge crew. I think small player groups would value that a lot more than, a big cruiser like this. Oh wow, no, I mean this ship's the size of Voyager, so yeah, not this big at all. I'm thinking 2 or 3 decks, again, 5-ish crew, very small. Okay, well, as much as I would have liked to have got more done on this stream, it has almost been 5 hours, so I will call it a night. Poor Claire wants to go to bed, and I need to go for a stretch. So I shall wish you all adieu until the next stream on Sunday. I think after I've had a bit of a stretch and a drink, I will do a few more bits to this before I put a build out, because because there's a few. I want to get this bit done now that bit's been done. There's a few more panels I want to knock out, so I'm going to go and have a break, and then I shall go and do that before I put the build out, and then I shall put the build out before I go to bed. Yeah, I don't really know how big the Defiant is, to be honest, but yeah, kind of maybe that small. Oh. You're welcome, Erax. As always, it is a pleasure. Where's Big Me gone? Where's OBS gone? There it is. There we go. See how tired I am? You're welcome, guys. All right. Have a good rest of the week, and I shall see you on Sunday's stream. Bye for now.